And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Scarlet Hollow, where today we'll be doing the rest of what's already been released. Unfortunately, the game is only released up through the end of Chapter 4, so this will be the end of Scarlet Hollow for a little bit until it's fully released, unfortunately, because I'm really enjoying this game. But we've got the whole of Chapter 4 ahead of us, so let's get to it. Episode 4 awaits. If you'd like to save before continuing, please do so now. Continue. Would you like to see a recap before starting episode 4? No. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Last night seems so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare, chased away by the harsh morning light. But you know that the furious spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. yet lingers, locked behind the doors of the town hall, still tied to the earth by its hatred of you and Tabitha. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. But your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Is it Stella? I hope it's okay. Oh, it's Kanika. Hey, have you heard from Stella? I haven't been able to get a hold of her. Thought she might have at least checked in with you. You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. She is shaken up. Running into actual supernatural shit has shaken her up. I will text her. It's my favorite cryptid hunter. Sent Stella a photo of a nervous puppet. Oh, that's the monkey puppet, right? I will say, hey, I'm kind of worried after you ran off last night. Text me as soon as you get the chance. You wait for a few silent minutes. Your message sits undelivered. Everyone had a rough night. She's probably still shaken up. Yeah, but I don't love that she's out there somewhere by herself, considering all the shit that's been going down. Look, I know we haven't exactly gotten along, but we should meet up in town and look for her together. Have we not gotten along, Kanika? Looks like you have your morning plans in order. I will take the shower. You might as well take a shower before starting the rest of your day. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. It feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting, but eventually you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, you... Oh, there's lots to think about. Ooh, I don't want to think about Rosalina's leg. What do I want to think about? I could think about Stella. Mystical is tempting. Think about the door in the clinic. No, I'm going to think about Stella. Think about Stella running off last night. Hopefully she's just sleeping in. You're done here. Oh, that's it? Alright. You're done here. You turn off the faucet and dry yourself off. Check the closet. No changes. You make your way to the closet. There's no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your most recent visit. Oh, did it? Ooh. But your long-dead relative's creepy doll isn't the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. Yo, Dustin, how's it hanging? Oh, they got bread. You open the drawers. They both have bread now. Human is back. Maybe changed mind about eating us. Could be the end of Dustin and Dustin Mom. I guess your glass house still has that squatter? Tried to reclaim glass house last night, but asshole squatter too big and strong. Dustin Mom stand no chance. Might have to live in Dustin house forever. Human big and strong too. Probably more big and strong than asshole squatter. You fight? Give Dustin Mom glass house back? Accepting a quest from a possum. Anything for you, Dustin. Squatter have sharp things on head. Human, be careful. But Dustin Mom would be eternally grateful to Human. Sharp things on head, huh? Dustin, too. I should get going. Okay. I love the opossums. That's that. Head downstairs. It's time to face your cousin. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They're striking. This week, of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough of my plate already. Does it even matter how the strike plays out? Any resolution would merely treat the symptoms of the disease rotting the heart of Scarlet Hollow. For things to stand any chance of getting better, there's something deeper you still have to fully uncover. Talk about the strike. There are so many options! Do you know what the strikers even want? I haven't seen a list of demands. I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. You're in a really difficult spot right now. Gee, I hadn't noticed. Hopefully, it'll be all over soon. Oh, I don't get to do the mystical? Oh. Well, I am pro-union, so... you know what? Screw it. Usually I'm pro-union, but... Come on, your mom just died. Can they not? Right? Let me at least get her in the ground first. But it's fine. I'm going to sort this out. I just need to keep things together long enough for the mind to get back on its feet. Then everyone will be happy and we can all go back to normal. Is there any going back to normal for this town? Have you heard anything from Stella? I can't get a hold of her. No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. Alright, talk about what happened last night. So ghosts are real. I still can't get over that. I can. What does that actually change about anything? I still have a mind to run, and you still have a funeral to attend. Do you regret leaving Charlie down there? Not at all. And I don't care if Grandma Eddie killed him. The past is the past, and neither of us had anything to do with it. I agree with you there. We can always build a new town hall. We can never get back lost years. Yeah, when I accepted the lost years last stream, I had thought it would take years off of the end of my life, not out of the middle of my life and make me old. Also, I didn't expect how many years it would take off. You probably should get going, right? Yeah. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. Well, about that. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Will do. Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. I like that she cares about us now. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Yo, Frou-Frou, how's it hanging? You walk over to the cat. Oh, c'est toi. Qu'est-ce que tu veux maintenant? Nod respectfully to Frou-Frou. She scoffs, her tail twitching with annoyance, but you can sense she's less annoyed than she usually is. Maybe she's getting used to you. She's not going to know anything about the stone carvings, but I'll ask anyway. Do you know anything about the stone carvings scattered around town? I am not here to be your... Comment dit-on? Chien détective. Je suis une cat. I am here to watch you flail about in the darkness. I am not here to provide answers to whatever mysteries confound your feeble American mind. Bye, Frou-Frou. Good talk. She scoffs as you turn away. I will have a quick PB&J. If Stella's MIA, who knows when you'll get the chance to eat. You make yourself a PB&J in anticipation for the long day ahead of you. And that's that. Investigate the garden. Whatever kicked out Dustin's mom is in the garden right now. You'd better look into it before you head into town. The air is chilly today, the overcast sky hanging oppressively over the weed-choked flower beds. Investigate the greenhouse. You start carefully picking your way through the underbrush. It doesn't take much effort to find a path. Cuttings of prickly raspberry bushes and tangled vines litter the ground around the greenhouse. Time to see what creature's in here. Talk to animals. The glass house, one could say. You step towards the door. Oh, it's a goat. It's sealed shut by a lock, and you catch a brief glimpse of a horned shadow through the ancient, clouded glass. I will try to talk to whatever's behind the door. Meet Dustin's true enemy. The achievement's called Dustin Quest. What's your name, little guy? Goat. What are you doing in the greenhouse? Are you stuck in there? Human put me here. Can't complain. Pretty sweet digs, honestly. Stays nice and warm, and there's plenty of eats, too. Did that human have a brown coat and big boots? Coat like, what, fur? Nah, not brown fur. Yellow fur. Just on the top, like all you humans. Don't know what boots are, can't help you there. You've never eaten a boot, I guess. Where did you come from? Farm. Used to live with other guys like me. Kinda miss 'em, but not that much. Don't gotta share anymore. Examine the lock. It looks sturdy. You'll need some tools if you're going to get this open. Maybe Stella or Kanika could lend a hand later. Guess I'll leave you to it then. See ya. Or not. It's a wild world out there. I'm so glad I took talk to animals. You've investigated the garden. With Stella missing, it's best not to keep Kanika waiting for much longer. Did I not text Kanika back? No, I did text Kanika back. Okay. Head to town. It's time to head to town. You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below. The sun shines down through a thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in a watery gray light. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching you from the tree line. Yup, I see the ditchlings. Oh, they're all over the place. A feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods with Stella. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. Oh, Avery! To your surprise, you find a familiar face making its way up the path towards you. Hey, I was just coming up to see you. Hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. I was up most of the night, totally wired on adrenaline. Even if I'd been able to chill out a bit, knowing that thing was right down the street. Yeah, not super conducive to a good night's sleep. Does the library look different? Like, can you see the haunting from outside? It's boarded up, but I can't say I've gotten close enough to see much of anything yet. We can always check it out together. Though maybe we'd better not tempt it. That ghost seemed pretty desperate to eat your soul last night, and I don't even know if I mean that metaphorically or literally. Hopefully, some slapdash plywood is all it takes to contain that thing. I don't like the thought of it spilling out onto Main Street if it smells a drop of scarlet blood nearby. Yeah, good point. I'm going to stay the hell away from it. What do I want to say? Hopefully no hooligans break into the library and get trapped in ghost hell. Where there are abandoned buildings, there are people trying to break in and get spooked. Nothing we can do to stop that. But maybe the ghost won't possess anyone if there aren't any Scarlets around to guilt trip. Who knows? Alright, well let's start with, how do you feel now that it's a new day? Possession is the sort of thing that can leave a mark on a person's soul. Oh, thanks for asking about the state of my soul. I appreciate that. I'd be lying if I said it didn't have an impact. I kind of feel bruised all over, physically and spiritually. But hey, that's part of life, right? Nobody makes it to the end completely unscathed. I like them. And I'm kind of thrilled that my new emotional baggage comes from a ghost instead of some boring, normal trauma. Oh, do I want to flirt with them? I kind of want to go for Stella. Stella's my favorite character in this, and I kind of want to go for her. There's ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime. Avery turns to survey the tree line. I noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny now that I'm getting a good look at them, with their scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but, like, are they dangerous? They're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? Probably not. They only went after Duke because he had a gun. Not if you eat them first. You know what? Screw it. Not if you eat them first. Avery laughs. Good strategy. That'd really show them. I wonder what they taste like. Organ meat, maybe? That might go well in a pie. Are you seriously considering this? Throw some thyme and rosemary in there, saute them with some root vegetables, then pair with a nice red. Yeah, I bet that'd really freak out the rest of them. Have you heard anything from Stella? I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much, and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Wanna come? Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. I don't know how much time, though. From what I saw this morning, there's already a few miners already holed up in there. They must be using it as home base for the strike. Oh, by the way, there's a strike going on. I'm sure you already know that, though. Have to imagine Tabitha would have told you this morning. Yeah, their timing is atrocious. Well, that's probably why they're doing it. Let's head to town. Yeah, good idea. You and Avery start back down the path to town. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. It's all boarded up now. Oh, looking good, Kanika. Lord, you made it! And you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally. Yeah, I'm not too bad. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted, and super foggy. Mom has been insisting I caught a cold, and I wasn't buying it. But as of this morning, I've come around. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not going to let that stop me from looking for Stella. Alright. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all of this? Kanika sighs heavily. Rational? Sure. Rooted in the reality that, until a few days ago, I thought was devoid of all magic and supernatural shit? No. Ghosts are real. They can suck you into illusory dimensions and puppet your body like a fleshy marionette. Next thing you know, we'll find out there's a secret society of warlocks running the country, or that angels are real. You gotta admit, it's kind of thrilling, isn't it? Anything could be possible. Who knows what the new day holds for all of us? They're an optimist. I like Avery. It would be a little more thrilling if it weren't terrifying. All the magical stuff we've found so far just wants to hurt us. We need a magical being that's on our side. We're the magical girls when you need them. Though I guess we already have an animal whisperer, don't we? That's pretty magical. Wait, you can talk to animals? For real? When were you gonna tell me? Oh, buddy, just stick around for a while. Just stick around for a while. You'll see me talk to some animals. For future reference, if you go to the general store, it ends this part of the game. Okay. I'll hold off on that then. Wow, I'm gonna need you to tell me what every animal we meet is saying. This is too cool. You, really took that in stride, didn't you? After yesterday, Kanika, that's small change. I take everything in stride. There's no better way to live. Alright. Your mom's totally a witch, right? Maybe she's the magical girl. Your mom's totally a witch, right? Maybe she's the magical girl. No way. She's just a New Age crystal and herbs lady. She's not... You don't think... She could be for real. Anything seems possible these days. Also, she waltzed right into the middle of a haunting and shut it down. She's got something going on. But that would mean everything I thought I knew was wrong. And my whole life has been a lie. Ugh, I need to take a page out of Stella's book and just block this shit out. I need to be focused. I can't keep having all these existential crises. I was kind of surprised you reached out to me after all the issues between you and Tabitha. I mean, we get along fine, and I'm friends with Stella, and I'm involved in the stuff Stella's involved in with Kanika, so there's no real reason she wouldn't have reached out to me. I'm supposed to see your mom at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole New Age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple of days. Okay, let's get started. I don't want to waste another minute. Where to first? Oh, I'm not gonna ditch Avery. Alright, let's go to Which do I want to do first? Stella's house or check on Oscar and Rosalina? Alright, let's check in on Oscar and Rosalina. They should be at the old Maxwell place. Well, I don't know how much this is gonna lock me out of the other explore options. You know what? She's not gonna be there. Well, will she be there? I don't know. Is she gonna be at her house? Do I want to know? Sure. How much of this will lock me out of the other explore options? Don't tell me what each one will do, but will picking out any of these lock me out of the other ones? The only one that will lock you out is the general store. Excellent. Alright, let's start with Stella's house then. Good place to start. Maybe she just slept in. That's what I'm hoping. I would have gone already, but I was kind of nervous about doing anything by myself today. Just in case I ran into yet another horror from beyond the veil or whatever. You make your way towards Stella's house. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. Well, that's a bad sign. The interior is cold, and not just physically. There is an absence of joy and life that leaves only a chill behind The ghost of an empty house and the sobering dread that comes with the knowledge that your search won't end here. She's dead. Stella died and it's all my fault. I don't sense anything supernatural here, but I don't like the look of this. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Cool. I'll be brave and go first. You are pretty brave. Avery casually steps over the threshold into Stella's house. Oh, that's a big Gretchen bed. That's cute. Oh, toys for Gretchen. Oh my god, this photo is so cute! Oh, little Stella. Adorable. School for Pets for Gretchen. Cute. Oh, it's a whole thing of her with her dog. Very cute. Her boots are covered in spider webs, so I guess she doesn't wear those very much. The living room is almost exactly as you saw it the other day. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything, unless it happened in another room. Or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. I'm going to forget that you said that and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Investigate the kitchen. Oh, that's a cute sponge holder. Oh, she's got a framed picture of Gretchen. She was making a sandwich. Okay. She was making a sandwich and stopped abruptly. That bodes ill. And her cabinet is open. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open, and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. Is Stella's kitchen normally this messy? I wouldn't call this messy. It's a little messy. If this is a little messy, I don't want to know what you'd call my room. I wasn't judging. There's nothing wrong with a little mess. Or a lot of mess. We're getting off track. Stella's house has always felt a little sterile to me. This feels a little too lived in, if that makes sense. Though maybe that's just because I've only ever been over when she was already expecting me. Maybe this is just a rare peek behind the curtain at the real Stella, who leaves bread out. The real Stella should call her friends and let them know she's okay. Investigate Stella's room. Ah, here's a mess. I don't think I was in here before. Oh my god, it's a little Gretchen doll. Oh, a little Mothman plushie. Cute. H hides this, right? Yeah. So she's got the full-on crazy pegboard going that has spilled out onto the wall. This is Monsters of the USA. Cool. I don't use a cabinet. I have, like, suit jackets and stuff in a cabinet hanging up on hangers, and my Sweet Salty Christ goat shirt that a friend made me during my Steven Universe tenure is hanging up in my closet on a hanger, but most of my clothes are just in a bundle in a hamper after I wash them. Oh, she's got pin-ups. Okay. Stella's into women. You make your way down the hall to what you assume to be Stella's room. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy, it's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. I'd better not hear a single comment about this room being messy. I wasn't gonna say anything. Ooh, do we snoop at her computer? Ooh, do we snoop? Yeah, Gretchen plush would be great. Do we snoop? I think it's a little early to say we should snoop. I love seeing someone's room before they've had a chance to clean it up for company. It's a neat little snapshot, you know? Speak for yourself. If the roles were reversed, and I was missing, and you and Stella were poking around in my room unannounced, I'd be completely mortified. Yeah, fair. Spoken like someone with a whole lot of secrets. My room is immaculate. A guest could drop by unannounced at 2 a.m. and I wouldn't sweat a thing. Congratulations on having your shit together. Thank you. I come by it honest. I will say that this is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. It could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. Oh, she still does those corkboard with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. Okay, I don't think we're going to find much else here. Let's move on. Visit Stella's on a Thursday morning. Okay, so maybe she came home last night. Maybe she didn't. But she's definitely missing. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hoped she would just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. I wonder if she went to Reese's place and got caught. We'll find her. Where to next? Let's check in on Oscar and Rosalita. They should be at the old Maxwell place. Yes, the place your oh-so-generous cousin decided was suitable for habitation. Hey, it's better than nothing, I guess. It's a roof over their heads for the time being, or what's left of a roof. Oh no, how dilapidated is it? After everything they've been through, I can't believe she'd make them stay in a place like that. With Rosalita's leg the way it is, I just hope we're able to figure out something better for them. You don't get far before the sound of growling and desperate hisses grabs your attention. Uh-oh. Oh! Get away from me! I'm supposed to be an indoor cat! I'm not supposed to see things like you! You don't even talk, you freak! Oh no, we gotta save Pixel! You turn to see a ditchling approach a cornered Pixel in an alley. He must have slipped out of the library with everyone else last night. The ditchling, distracted from its hunt by your arrival, cranes its neck to face you, its eyes settling on you with alien indifference. Hey, quit it! The words feel meek as they leave your mouth, and the ditchling, unaffected, turns back to its cornered prey. Is there a pipe or something lying around? Maybe we can scare it off. There's no time. I'm grabbing Pixel. Oh, dogs to the rescue. Before you can react, a small pack of dogs round the corner. Oh, I get to talk to the town dogs. Excellent. Oh! Oh, shit! Gross. Before you can react, a small pack of dogs round the corner. They pounce on the creature, pulling it from the wall, and then taking turns biting and tearing at it until it's ripped to shreds. And then they sit up like good boys and girls. Their task complete, they saunter towards you. What the? Isn't that Daisy? And Scraps. And what looks like every other dog in town. All in some kind of dog gang. So which one of you is Scraps the Chihuahua? That would be pretty funny. I lived! Hooray! Pixel, you got out of the library. Oh, you poor cat, come here. Pixel cautiously walks towards your group before clambering into your arms. He has a comfortable heft to him. I see how it is. Everyone likes Lore, even the cats. Not all the cats, Kanika. We found him last night, terrified and shaking in a bush outside the library. I wasn't that scared. I've even been helping out. Oh, this is Scraps. Little Pixel here's been volunteering as a scout. Don't worry, we're always right around the corner. Those creatures only like to strike out when they have numbers, but they're hardly very bright. We made sure the little guy was taken care of till the humans were awake. Do y'all know where he's supposed to be? Good doggies! They all like that. Except the Chihuahua. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. You call me good dog? Daisy good dog? Daisy's tail wags excitedly before she regains her composure. Sorry. Sorry, I just love to hear it. So you're this Scraps I've heard so much about. Pixel's so smug! The one and only. This here is Daisy, and we've got a few other concerned locals with us as well. Just making sure the cats and dogs of the Holler are well cared for, considering recent events. There are more of those things in the woods every day, popping out of the innocent bodies of what used to be dogs like us. He's done us a fine service, but you'd best make sure to keep Pixel inside from here on out. I've got a feeling things are only going to get worse from here. Like to see you try. I was an indoor cat, but now that I got a taste of the outdoors, I will never be satisfied by the indoor life. Indoor does not have ditchlings looking to lay eggs in you. But maybe I can wait till all those monsters are gone. Yeah, you probably should. We'll make sure he gets back to his family. We appreciate it, human. Word's been going around town that there was one among you who could properly understand us. It'll be good to have you on our side during these strange times. Odd things are going on around here. It's important for all of us living things to watch out for each other. So are y'all some kind of dog militia or something? Yeah, I suppose you can say that. I'm sure you've met the town's illustrious leader by now. When the powers that be abandon you, it's up to the rest of us to band together and protect those who need protected. Have any of you seen or smelled Gretchen? Is she missing? Oh dear. Scraps, you don't think... Gretchen's person would never let that happen to her. Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe from those things. A dog like her doesn't get to be that age without a watchful human at her side. Do I ask for their help? Yeah, this is a cool encounter. Do I ask for their help or just say just as I feared? Or do I just say let me know if you smell around town? Can you help us find her? You've got better noses for this sort of thing. We'll do our best. We didn't intend to make any more trips out into the woods, but if it's for Gretchen, we'll take that risk. She's a well-liked dog in these parts, been around longer than any of us. It'd be a blow to the community for her to fall victim to those monstrosities. Gretchen really admires you, Scraps. Oh, she flatters me so. I'm nothing special, just another dog. All the more reason to go after her before it's too late. Don't be so modest, Scraps. You're the kind of dog other dogs listen to. That's more than can be said for that Jimmy. Thinks he's so high and mighty just because he can sit and stay the best. as if obedience is the best quality in a leader. Is there anything we humans can do about the ditchlings? They ain't that hard to kill when there's a whole lot of us. They die easy enough, so long as you don't get caught unawares. That's why we're gathering all the local dogs. A big pack is a safe pack. Jimmy may not be doing anything to help, but that doesn't mean we can't take matters into our own hands. Now, Daisy, no need to start in about the mayor. He has his own priorities. So long as he doesn't get in our way, we don't need to go starting trouble. Aren't your families worried about you off on your own like this? I really like that I took talk to animals. I'm so glad I did. We're country dogs. So long as we come home for dinner, most of us aren't missed too much. Speak for yourself. I know my family has been worried sick, but I can't let that get in the way of what's important. Besides, if I went home, they might tie me up. Then I'd be a sitting duck. I mean, dog. Do I trash talk Jimmy? Yeah, I'll trash talk Jimmy. Yeah, screw Jimmy. What a joke. One of you should have been mayor. Well, aren't you sweet? Some dogs just ain't fit to lead. It's not his fault the humans of this town flung him so far out of his depths. Shoo, go on, get? No. We'd best be on our way. Same for us. For the first time that we know of, those things are out during the day, which means the pets of Scarlet Hollow need us now more than ever. Make sure the humans keep an extra careful watch on their furry companions. So we're just going to leave this ditchling corpse here for somebody to discover. Gross. The band of dogs scampers off. You just had a full-on conversation with those dogs. It is so weird when you do that. Weird or cool? I wish I could hear the other side of the conversation. It seems like there's a whole dog culture in this town I've been missing out on. Knowing dogs are capable of carrying a full conversation is going to make being a veterinarian really weird. I'll bet it would. You'll just have to hire Lore as a translator. You'd be the best vet in the country with someone like that on your staff. Pixel in tow, you and your companions continue on to the old Maxwell place. The old Maxwell place. It was clearly once a mid-century modern home, and undoubtedly quite stylish for the time. But it's been abandoned for unknown decades, and moss and vines choke its exterior, barely concealing cracked walls and dust-clouded glass. Hey, where the heck are you taking me? This ain't my house. Before you can approach, the door opens, and Oscar's head pokes out from the entryway. Hello? Oh, sorry if I startled y'all. The walls here are worn down enough I could hear you coming from a block away. Good morning, Oscar. Just thought we'd stop by to check in. Thank goodness, you found Pixel! Rosalina's been beside herself. Oscar's voice is tired. He's had a long night, and it shows, his graying face seemingly having aged in the hours since you last saw him. You never saw that. Was it because you never went that way, or because you didn't have talk to animals? Please, come on in. Visit the old Maxwell place in episode 4. You're doing really great, Rosalina. Not a lot of kids your age can take shots that well. You're being so brave. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5. But you are brave. You did just get your foot lopped off, Rosalina. Take the compliment. You really are, Rosalina. You're like so badass. Alexis is right. This is more than most people have to deal with in their whole lives. And here you are, taking it like a champ. Before Dr. Kelly can continue, Pixel jumps from your arms, bounding across the room and leaping onto Rosalina's chest. Pixel, I've been so worried about you. Never saw this because I didn't have Booksmart. I don't have Booksmart either. Oh, because you had Booksmart. What happens to Pixel if you have Booksmart? Oh, right, because you could talk your way out of the ghost thing. Right, I forgot. Pixel, I've been so worried about you. I told you we'd turn up. Dr. Kelly's almost gentle bedside manner vanishes as she turns and glares at you. I see we have visitors. How are you doing, Rosalina? Tired. My leg hurts a lot, but the medicine is helping. It's not so bad now. And what are you not going to do today? Walk around. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. I should have been better at stopping her. I take full responsibility. As her father, I should have. No need for anyone to step in to take blame for anything. It's the hospital's fault for sending her home at all. It's gross negligence, if you ask me. Yeah, agreed. But give it time. Then you can do all the running around you want, all right, Rosalina? You just have to make sure you give that leg of yours a chance to heal up a bit first. You don't want to pop any stitches. How's Reese? He's fine. Had a rough night, but he'll recover. He's used to this sort of thing. He just needs a couple days to get back on his feet. That means no more excitement, not even a movie. I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Kelly. Oh, what do I say? I'll respect this boundary and not bother either of you anymore. I can flirt with her! What do I want to say? You talk about him like he's a child. When you're a parent, it doesn't matter how old your kid is. They're always a child to you, especially when they need to be taken care of. Sorry again about the library. You were wondering who you could romance if you got old? You can romance her if you get old? There's no need to apologize. It's a building. You're a person. You matter more than a pile of stones. I do kind of wish we could go back for our stuff. Thanks for letting me borrow some of your clothes, Alexis. You can borrow as much as you need. I have plenty of shirts. You can do laundry at our house, too. Of course, there are some family heirlooms that I'd rather not lose. Portraits of my parents, my father's mining jacket. I don't like the thought of their last living memories being forgotten in there. And the fact that it stole the library from me, too. That one really stings. Dr. Kelly's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? But what are you going to do? Are you going to start poisoning her now, too? Jesus. Do I warn her? Do I warn her? Oh, you can probably romance Oscar if you get old, too, can't you? Do I warn Dr. Kelly? That'll just put her on guard against us. That'll put her on guard against us if I warn her. But... But it might reveal some stuff about it if we can press her on it. Oh, you can romance Oscar as you are. Oh, cool. Excuse me. Hmm. This is a toughie. Because I don't want to rewind except for super big screw-ups. Like getting old. If I put her on her guard, it'll make it harder to get in there. This is a toughie. I don't know what to do. She's gonna shut down and be on our guard if I talk about that. So I'm gonna skip it. What's going to happen to your career now that the library is closed? That's a good question. I was up all night wondering the same thing. If things stay the way they are right now, it's essentially like the library burned down. The books are inaccessible, the building is unsalvageable. In that scenario, the county would have to put up the money to build a new archive, or we'd have to move someplace where I could work in an existing library, and Scarlet Hollow would lose a valuable public service. Oscar. Move? So you and Rosalina would leave? But we're not doing that. Right, Dad? We're staying here? Is there any way you could just, start over and rebuild the collection? I'm sure folks around town would be willing to pitch in. It would be a lot of work, but that's a possibility. Still, maybe it won't even have to come to that. I would like to apologize on behalf of my cousin for making you stay here. You don't have to follow that sword for her, Lore. There's no need for anyone to apologize. Things happen, and it's not like we'll be staying here long term. I'm going to get the library back, and our house with it. How? Oh, you're going to get a Ghostbuster, aren't you? I'd best be on my way. Goodbye, Rosalina. Make sure you stay put, and keep Pixel company, okay? I will. Bye, Dr. Kelly. Thanks again for doing this. I can't express how much... It's nothing. I'll call later today to see how she's doing. Good luck to the both of you. Dr. Kelly brusquely pushes past you and leaves. Oscar, before we get sidetracked, we're not just here to talk about monsters and what happened in the library. Oh? Stella's been missing since last night. Oh. You haven't seen her, right? Not since last night. Now I'm really starting to worry. It sounds like no one in town has seen her. That doesn't mean something bad happened. But it doesn't exactly sound like it's all sunshine and roses for her either. I'm sure she'll be okay, but you should probably get back to looking for her soon. Before you go, though, there is something I wanted to get your thoughts on. Let's step outside. Oscar ushers you to the street. What's up? Is everything okay? Yes, or at least as okay as it can be, considering everything that's happened. But I don't exactly feel safe. Strange things are going on in Scarlet Hollow, and I'm tired of running from them. I want to get our house back. You've all been looking into the town's history, correct? I overheard your discussion in the library the other day. Have you been able to find anything that might explain what's going on? Ooh, do we get to pick his brain? I don't think we have too much to go on. I can't help but feel like there must have been some kind of inciting event since everything started getting weird seemingly overnight. But I have no idea where to even start, really. Is the game a little loud compared to me? Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Lore got here. You're not wrong. Exactly. If there's a catalyst for all of this, why would it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow? Oh, the Scarlets who escaped the curse. If I may, Lore getting to town isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Pearl Ann died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time he arrived. Not to mention, I started seeing things in our house before Pearl Ann passed, I think. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. Whatever the cause of this is, there must be some way to put this genie back in the bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have ever been any similar events, and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. The town archives are, unfortunately, in the library. Rosalina had been pestering me to make some sort of digital backup for months, but I never got around to it. So, online sources it is. We'll fill you in on what little we know, so you at least have some place to start. Well, let's start with the big one. We've been finding these weird stone seals. There was one in the mines and another in your basement. There might be more. These are those carvings you mentioned last night, right? To think there was something like that under my house all this time. And to think someone must have put it there. But who? This gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Lore. Lore, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic yesterday? I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there, too. Alright, let's turn the game down a little bit. Okay, that should be better. Well, something weird is definitely about to happen in the clinic, Kanika. Will it happen in this part, though? I wonder. Uh-oh. Losing the library is already a blow, but losing the only doctor's office in town seems like it would be bad. Here's hoping we sort things out before that becomes an issue. Make sure Pixel stays inside, or he might get grabbed by ditchlings. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? With those faces? Yeah, the anguished doughboys. I kind of like them. It's like a hidden object game out there today, with all the weird little faces peering out of the bushes. Like them? Are we talking about the same creatures that have been laying eggs in the local wildlife? I don't want to get friendly with them or anything, I just think they're kind of interesting. To each their own. I think some dogs kept him safe. Like a gang of dogs. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we saw it with our own eyes. A gang of dogs? I suppose stranger things have happened. This very week, in fact. But we'll make sure he stays safe. I think Dr. Kelly is hiding something. Dinner last night was weird. I don't think we need to go around accusing anyone of being deceitful. No, Lore is definitely right. I know that's probably not great to hear since Rosalina really needs her right now, but something is up with Dr. Kelly. I'm worried about Reese. She seemed pretty normal in there, even if she was a little terse with you two. She was pretty nice to Rosalina, I'd say. Yeah, she likes sick people and kids, people who are easy to control. I request we drop this line of thinking. We don't need to turn on each other based on pure speculation. Besides, she took me at my word about everything that happened last night. That has to count for something, right? Oh, so she believed you. Whatever we're doing next, I feel like we're missing a vital team member. We need to find Stella, and fast. I agree. We need her brazen energy if we're going to do any serious sleuthing. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. I will. We're going to get the library back, and we're going to figure out how to fix whatever's wrong with this town. So, do exorcisms work on ghosts or just demons? I think they work on ghosts. You could get a local priest. Well, the local priest, nobody likes him, but when are we going to talk to him? So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? Where do we want to go next? If we check out the diner, that'll probably lose us Avery, so let's do that last. I don't think we should go to the cops. We should check out the church. The church? Why? I see what you're thinking. Stella was confronted with evidence of the afterlife, so she might try getting into all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out. I think we'd be barking up the wrong tree, but I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. I wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there, too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point. I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing, but I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it meant keeping us around a little longer. That's good enough for me. Let's not linger, though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Kanika leads the way, taking you up the gradual slope towards the church. You know, I've lived here for a few years now, and I've never actually been to the church. That's probably for a good reason. Where is that weirdo? My. 4 visitors at once? On a Thursday? This is unprecedented. Oh, Stella is here! Or no, this can't be it, because we can do everything looking for her. But there are only 3 of us. Oh no, were we followed by a ditchling? Were we followed by Wayne? Oh, hi Zane. Sup, old people? Oh, it's just Zane. What are you doing here? All the glimpses of death I've had in the past 2 days have forced me into the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I wanted to see if Faith held any answers for me. Oh no. Alas, I have not yet found the solace I seek. Give it time, Zane. It sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart. But when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you, and, of course, I'm always here if you need to talk. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Anyway, we're looking for Stella. She wandered off last night, and no one has seen her since. We're starting to get pretty worried. We hoped maybe you or Janie has seen her. I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over by the alpacas. Though, Lore, I was hoping we might be able to talk in private. Why does it have to be in private? It's a personal matter. I'd rather folks not pry on this. I won't bite or anything, I promise. And we can talk here, right in the open. I guess we'll leave you to it while we check in with Janie. But I want to talk to the alpaca. See you in a minute. Your friends head off towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. I'm so glad you came. I've never met anyone else who could hear them. You have no idea how long I thought I must have had some kind of insanity. I even thought at one point that it must have been the Lord himself talking to me through them. But they never had anything very insightful to say, so I was disavowed of that pretty early on. What do I want to explore first? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa! Are you telling me you could also misspell whoa? But I thought I was the only one. I guess the two of us are just kindred spirits. Are we sure we're actually talking to animals? Now that I know there are at least two of us, I have no doubt there have definitely been times in my life when I thought I might just be insane. But it's so consistent, and I've never exhibited any other signs of insanity. In my most doubting moments, I have considered the possibility that other entities may be using the animals to confuse my faith, but besides a particularly vicious hamster I had growing up, the most an animal has ever tried to convince me to do is give them more food. So I somehow doubt they're puppets for some otherworldly evil, unless that otherworldly evil wants me to overfeed my pets. Have you met Frou-Frou, Gretchen, Pixel? He has no idea who Frou-Frou is, but he might have met Gretchen or Pixel. Of course I have, but I learned early on in life not to let on that I have this gift, at least while other humans are around, so I haven't spoken with any of them. Though I get the feeling Frou-Frou wouldn't talk to me even if she knew I could understand her. I've tried to befriend the alpacas when no one else is around, emphasis on tried. They're surprisingly cliquey. Besides that, I try to maintain a low profile, only chatting with the wildlife when I'm sure no one is looking. Does Janie know? Is your gift why you got into the church? It's hard to say. I was raised Baptist by two loving parents and was always interested in religion, but I've also always known about my talents, so I don't know what came first. As opposed to me, who talks to them out in the open in front of everyone. Yeah, I am not subtle about it at all. If anything, though, I'd say I'm religious in spite of the gift. It hasn't exactly been easy to square this with a lot of the religious education I've had. For instance, a lot of religious leaders will tell you that only humans have souls. Well, you and I both know that's not true. Though I suppose that gets into a whole different conversation about what exactly a soul is. That is a cool implication, animals having souls. And this guy's pretty open-minded about it. I guess he'd have to be if he's been talking to animals his whole life. But those are conversations that I am glad to leave to the scholars. I'm just a simple small-town pastor. I don't need to ask the big questions anymore. I just have to help people through their daily lives. Oh, do I be rude to him? No. Does Janie know? No, I don't believe there should be secrets between man and wife, so I'll have to tell her one day, but there hasn't been a good time yet. Building a life in Scarlet Hollow has been a difficult process, and the last thing I need to do is add the stress of her husband being some kind of circus act. Tulip, on the other hand, I'm starting to have my suspicions that she might share this gift. There have been some particularly nasty rats in the church lately, and she said some things that have led me to believe she might be able to understand them. He's interrupted by the sounds of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. Tulip, come out of there! You know you're not supposed to play in the woods. Tulip glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. She's been talking to people. I don't see any ditchlings in the background, though. Tulip, are you going to be good, or are we going to skip story time tonight? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods, I promise. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama with the alpacas? It's just about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Aw, that expression on her face was cute. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Sorry I had to have a firm parenting moment just then. She's been trying to run off into those woods a lot lately, and it's really dangerous, even for adults. Yeah, she could get ate by a mountain lion. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and looks like it's part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. Ah! Tetanus Lake, Stella told me about it. Tetanus Lake? That's an accurate name. I wonder if Tulip would stay away if I started calling it that, or if it would only make it sound more alluring. How big a trash dump are we talking? Would a weekend of hard work clear it out? Maybe if you had construction equipment and a team of professionals. It's a big area, and I have no idea how deep it goes. This sounds like a place we'll be visiting before the end of the game. In the meantime, I'm just making sure Tulip knows not to go near it. What were you saying about the church rats? Yes, the rats. So, you and I are used to the sort of chatter we hear from wildlife. It's usually nothing that needs to be paid attention to. But these rats, there's something so sinister about them. And they must be huge, judging by the sound of them scurrying around in there. Tulip had never shown evidence of the ability before. She's never responded to the alpacas or engaged in conversations with birds. In retrospect, she could have been hiding it, the way I did growing up. Because I know she's been talking to the rats. She calls them her friends, has been drawing all these pictures of them. Really ghastly things. I've tried to bring it up with her, but she just gets this little smile and doesn't say a word, like it's her fun little secret. It's all innocent enough in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty sure they also live out in that trash heap, and ever since she started talking about her friends, she's been trying to sneak out there. I'm concerned she's going to get hurt or catch some kind of disease. What have they been saying? They like to try to goad me into crying or becoming depressed. They watch me through unseen holes and make fun of me and try to figure out how to press my buttons. It's annoying, but easy enough to block out, especially when I'm praying. I don't think they're a good influence on Tulip, though. She's gotten quiet and secretive ever since she started talking to them. They seem like they might actually be sinister. Something's going on with the rats. I'd hate to think what they said to her when I'm not around to hear. Have you actually seen them? No, but I don't need to. I lived in a dorm that had rats once. You never see them, but the church has all the signs of an infestation, and there's no mistaking the sound of little creatures stampeding through the walls. I've left out some humane rat traps, but they're too smart for them. All it's done is waste peanut butter. Man, the ethics of trapping and killing animals when you can talk to them. Ooh, that's rough. And are we talking humane rat traps like ones where you catch them and take them elsewhere? Or humane rat traps like the ones that kill instantly without them suffering? And I caught a possum in one, poor thing. Possums are never very bright. But at least he got a nice big scoop of peanut butter out of the ordeal. Oh, just catch them then, not kill them. Has Janie heard them? She's not in the church very often. She's usually in town doing her jobs until late, and we spend our evenings in the house. It's just me and Tulip all day long. Janie knows Tulip has made some strange little friends, but thinks it's an imagination game. I was hoping I'd sort out the rat issue before she could get suspicious, but they're persistent, so I may have to hire an exterminator if I can get the money for one. I hope it doesn't have to come to that. Are you sure they're rats? I think so. The pastor shifts uncomfortably for a moment. I hope so. Ooh, uh-oh. You should talk to Tulip about the gift. I'm sure both of us could have used some guidance growing up. Dustin Mom, nature cruel, creature has to eat. Ha! You're right. I grew up with this ability. If anyone can help her understand not to engage with evil little creatures like the rats that are eating God's house from the inside out, it's me. I can handle this. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Kanika and Avery walking back to the two of you. They must have finished talking to Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we'd better get going. Thanks for suggesting we head up here, Lore. We got to feed the alpacas. They were so cute and soft. It was awesome. And Janie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners. And a few extra for me, of course. She's so nice. She even offered to bring me some since I'm feeling under the weather. Hope your talk with the pastor went well. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best circumstances. I'll let y'all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. Alright, thanks. See ya. Kanika and Avery start back down the path to town, and you follow. I don't think I'm going to tattle on this guy and let them know he can talk to animals, but I do want to ask why they think he's creepy. I mean, there's always the weirdness that comes with pastors, right? Like, they are often a little more into religion than I'm comfortable with, like to an extreme degree. But I don't think it's just that. Apparently the alpacas are also Catholic. Oh, I wish I'd gotten to talk to them. That would have been so funny. So, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone. Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, did he? Tulips apparently made some weird imaginary friends. We might want to check it out later this week. Kids make up imaginary friends all the time. Pastor Daniel says that there's a rat infestation in the church and that the rats are her friends. I don't know, it seemed weird. I should have known we'd have to deal with a spooky kid at some point. Okay, as much as I'd hate going back there, I guess that's a loose lead. If we don't have anything else to investigate once we found Stella and... Kanika pauses. Once we've checked out the clinic, then maybe we can look around the church. Sounds like a plan. Let's not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? Excuse me. Which do I want to do? Let's go to the diner. No, we'll probably lose Avery if we go to the diner. Let's go to the cops, then the mines, then the diner. We should go to the cops, right? Are you sure? Nothing against the officers of Scarlet Hollow, but you've met them, right? Do you think it's worth the trouble? As unhelpful as they are, we are dealing with a missing person. That's cop stuff. It's probably going to be more of a formality than anything, but there's no point in not covering all our bases. They're probably going to be pretty dismissive of it. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper, and the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Beau standing between you and the officers behind the desk. Let me get this right. You're trying to report a missing pumpkin? Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Sheriff Hugby, sir. She was going to be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She's important to me. Are you sure it was Julius and not some enterprising bear that got a hold of it? Y'all know Julius thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. He ain't coming to his door, so for all I know, he might be all the way to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something y'all can do about it? I'm afraid we'll need at least some kind of evidence to go on before we can go barging into a man's home, son. Why don't you see if you can find something a little more solid for us to go on? Then we can see about helping you out. You folks part of a cult, and is that why you aren't doing your jobs? Can you folks arrest a ghost? Bo, did you manage to find your dad? Bo's stoic expression breaks, and for a moment you can almost see tears forming in his eyes. But then he blinks them away. Yeah. Oh, you did? I found him. Hear that, Deputy Franklin? Sounds like you've got another report to close. Lucky me. I gathered what there was to gather. We're giving him a proper burial in the family plot. It's been tough going, trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. Do you think they'll go back where they came from soon? Mama and me have tried to fight him back as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. Halloween's in just a few days, and they've really helped set the mood. Ha! Once they've had their fill of suffering, it's a bit dark. I want to comfort this guy. I could say I'm personally doing everything I can to send them packing. I mean, it's technically true. I'll say it. I'm personally doing everything I can to send them packing. I'll do my part to help. I'll kick in as many of those nasty little faces as I can. And I don't know how many I can send scampering off. Seems like there's no end to those critters. What's all this about a pumpkin? Seems Bo here's misplaced a considerably large pumpkin. Have y'all heard a word I said? I didn't misplace Big Betty. She was stolen. And I know who done it, so I'd appreciate it if y'all would give Mr. Tremaine a visit and set things straight. And I'm telling you, we can't barge into your neighbor's house just because you want us to. What makes you think Mr. Tremaine stole it? I mean, he did explain why. You're poking a wasp's nest, Lore. There's 100 years of history here. He's been claiming Big Betty was his since day one, on account of he thinks it was planted on his side of the property. The Callaways and Tremaines have been at this a long time. They can never agree on whose land is whose. This ain't the first time we've heard something like this, and we get our fair share of calls from Julius Tremaine, too. You know, Julius is a friend of mine. He's a lot of things, and he's definitely a bit of a curmudgeon, but I've never pegged him as a thief. I didn't know Julius ever talked to anybody. Talk is a strong word, but I like to think we have some kind of understanding. Why is this pumpkin so valuable? As if he hasn't explained that to me already. Me and my daddy put a lot of work into that pumpkin. She was near 2,000 pounds, a guaranteed blue ribbon. Naturally, our first question is how an old man like Julius Tremaine manages to move a pumpkin that size. Makes the whole story just a little difficult to believe. Yeah, I'll bet something in the woods ate it. Or it got up and walked off on its own. I don't know how Julius managed it, but I know it must have been him. He ain't even coming to his door to answer for what he done. At the very least, he could give me seeds from what's left of her. Raising her was the last thing Daddy and me did together. That's interesting, because I haven't seen Julius since Tuesday, He's usually in the diner every day. Not necessarily a big deal for a lot of people, but he never misses his morning Joe. So maybe he isn't a thief. Could be something happened to him. If he ain't the thief, then who stole our pumpkin? Beats me. I just don't think folks should be so quick to jump to conclusions. How do you even move a 2,000-pound pumpkin? I don't know how he did it, but he did it. You, sure it wasn't a bear? We're no bear. We're hunting folk. We know the signs. This was a man's work, and that means it was Mr. Tremaine. He knew just what to do to hurt our family. Classic Southern family dispute. Oof. I don't want to poke the cops at the moment, because I still want to tread lightly around them. So I'm going to say I'm sorry for everything that's happened, Bo. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm trying not to let it get to me. Gotta be strong for Mama now that it's just the two of us. You know, even if Julius didn't take Big Benny, it might be worth doing a welfare check. Alright, let me speak in plainer terms. Everyone knows that Julius Tremaine's land is booby-trapped to hell. It's not worth it. Booby-traps, huh? That's never stopped me. Yeah? Do you have kids, Avery? Because I've got 2 teenage girls at home. Hugby's got grandkids. Franklin's got the mayor, I guess? I'm not about to risk getting my head blown off over a pumpkin. That's right. There's some sleeping dogs you learn to just let lie. I've been Scarlet Hollow's sheriff for over 20 years now. You don't hold a position like that for so long without learning a few lessons on temperance and moderation. If I may, sirs, ain't that a mite bit cowardly of you? I thought police officers were supposed to be brave. Oof! Not the ones that live very long, son. Look, I've been to Julius's 100 times. I can tag along and make sure nobody gets hurt. It's a mighty kind offer, but let's give it another day. There's no need to escalate things when they might just resolve themselves. So we'll probably take care of that on Friday. Stella ran off last night and she's still missing. She isn't at home and none of us have heard from her. She what now? Oh, that's just our Stella. Always running off. I wouldn't worry too much about it. She'll turn up. This is different, Earl. You know I wouldn't be up here bothering you if it wasn't important. Yeah, for one thing, someone threatened her last night. He's been following Lore around since he got into town, too. There are a lot of them things out there. Too many of them. Bo's right. She shouldn't be off on her own when there are so many ditchlings creeping around in broad daylight. Surely you guys have seen them by now. Ditchlings? They've got to be them creepy little things I told you all about. I called about them last night, too, since they've been coming up out of the woods onto the farm. I even saw some on my way here, plain as day. Oh, we've been getting a lot of calls about those. Guess Scarlet Hollow has either been invaded by ghouls or we're all suffering some kind of mass hallucination. I may have even seen one or two myself. All the same, I don't see what we're supposed to do about them. Or about Stella. She's a grown woman. If she wants to go off to the woods for a bit, we don't need to go after her like she's missed curfew. It's a free country. If there are critters bothering folks and stealing livestock, ain't y'all supposed to take care of them? Now, son, we ain't animal control, we're the police. Are you kidding me? This town doesn't even have an animal control department. Well, maybe it should get one. You folks arrest a ghost. I meant Friday in-game, Danny. This game is taking place 1 day per chapter, and we're on Thursday, chapter 4. Can you folks arrest a ghost? You know, if you were actually worried about your friend, you wouldn't be wasting our time with this sort of nonsense. Now, Deputy, this is an interesting question. If it's a guy in a mask, yep, I figure we can take care of it, so long as he breaks the law. But if we're talking a manifestation of a deceased person, I'm not sure if that's in our jurisdiction. Might be more Pastor Daniel's wheelhouse. Now, why did you bring this up, anyways? Just a hypothetical question. Stomps on my foot. Let's just get going. Well, no one can say we didn't try. Let's keep looking. Have a good one, officers. Same to you, kid. This is the police in episode 4. Well, that was a total waste of time. It wasn't a total waste of time. We got to find out what's been going on with Julius. He's been missing from the diner for a few days. It's weird. He usually comes in every single day. Maybe he's preoccupied with ditchlings. Oh, man. The Tremaine property is probably going to be basically a boss fight where I have to make sure everybody survives. Oof. Maybe he's preoccupied with ditchlings. I just hope he's okay. Where to next? We should go to the mines. I guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find your cousin. I can't say I get it, but it's definitely something she would do. You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know? Classic dog and cat situation. Come on, I'll drive us. I'm torn, because I want to romance Stella. She's my favorite. But I also want to get her and Tabitha together. You follow Kanika to her van. It isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet Mines. I am unhappy with the treatment I am receiving as a worker in the Scarlet Mine. Better hours now or none at all. Oh, that's a good sign. There's a small gathering of workers outside the entrance to the mines, picket signs in hand. Is this a strike? They're striking. There was a whole group of them talking about it in the diner yesterday. Seems like the collapse was the last straw for some folks. Good for them, but I kind of thought there'd be more of them, you know? I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this. Don't worry, I know these guys. Most of them are in the diner at least a couple days a week. They'll be chill. Will they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though? Well, if it isn't the boss's cousin. Hail and well met, fellow countrymen. What goes on here? Have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber? She's the one on all the banned from property posters, right? We haven't seen her. We've been out here all day, so we'd know if she'd come by. We'll make sure to keep an eye out. How goes the strike? We miscalculated. We thought a kid losing her leg would have pushed folks over the edge, but I guess the boss personally dragging those kids out of that mine left a lasting impression. Yeah, she was kind of heroic there at the end, despite wanting to leave them. So there'd be more people striking if I hadn't kept Tabitha back to save the kids. People are calling the boss a goddamned hero. They're calling Tabitha a hero? Really? We were there too that night. It's like everyone just forgot about how poorly she's been treating us. Or how unsafe the mines are. I can't go back down there knowing the rock over my head could come down any second. I value my life more than a paycheck. It was dumb luck she saved those kids. If she had any actual value, she'd come to the table and give us what we're owed. I know there's not a lot of us out here, but there's more of us at the diner. There's more of us setting up mutual aid. Well, once people see our follow-through, they're going to join up. This is only the beginning. Let me know if there's anything the general store can do to help. Anything you can think of, we'll take it. We need all the support we can get right now. What are your grievances? Yeah, that mine had been shut down a century ago, by the way. I'm not surprised it came down. And that, if, unless she's skimping on, the structures that keep the mine you're actually working in, um, from collapsing, I think that shouldn't have that much of a bearing on it. What are your grievances? We'd like competitive pay, 8-hour shifts instead of 12 or more, improvements to the sick day and vacation policies, and a thorough safety inspection before any of us step foot underground again. That collapse was way too close to the active mine for me to feel safe down there until I know for sure I won't wind up buried under 2 tons of rock. We want to change things. There's no reason we should be treated like we're a disposable workforce. The safety inspection, like, I'm all for unions and strikes. Like, I think the timing of this is a little mean, because of what Tabitha's going through. But, I am usually all for unions. And, like, their demands are reasonable. But the safety inspection should be done regardless. If we're the ones making her money, we should be making money too, not just scraping by. That's a lot of grievances. Working here seems tough. Yeah. Do you think Tabitha can even make those changes without the mines going under? I'm sure she can figure it out. I'm not saying she's not a bad boss. People clearly aren't happy with her, but coal's getting used less and less, and I've seen that old Scarlet house. It's practically condemned. If she has money to spare, where is it going? I really didn't peg you as somebody who'd go to bat for Tabitha. I'm not. I'm just trying to get the full picture here. And if the mine fails, I don't see how Aunt Winnie's diner doesn't fail with it. Okay, but that's the whole problem. A single family shouldn't be able to hold an entire town hostage. The workers need a say in the business. Fair enough. Isn't this a bit of an escalation? Did you try talking to Tabitha first? Or do I leave it at that? No, I'll ask them if they tried talking to Tabitha. Well, they probably did, and she shut them down because she's Tabitha, and that's how Tabitha do. But I'll ask, isn't this a bit of an escalation? Did you try talking to Tabitha first? What do you know about what we've already tried? You ain't from around here. And you sure as hell don't know what it's like working down in those mines. We knew talking would get us nowhere. The most it would do is get people fired. It's happened before. This is the best way for us to send our message, by not making her any more money until she has to listen. Lore, you of all people should know how talking to Tabitha goes. Yeah, fair enough. She's a brick wall. An angry brick wall. Yeah, let's talk to Tabitha, but before we do that, I'm going to save, and then I'm going to take a quick break, because I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. Thinking on it, I think the mine is my favorite part of the game so far. Like, the haunting was cool, but the atmosphere and sound design and frightening urgency and claustrophobia of, the mine segment was fantastic. I need to talk to Tabitha. So you're saying you want to cross a picket line? I don't work here. Fine. Let's just go. Are they able to keep any of the other miners out? Like, they don't seem to be able to. Let's just go. That means we don't have to talk to Tabitha. That's fine by me. We've done our due diligence here. Come on, I'll drive us back to town and we can figure out our next move from there. Where to next? Let's check out the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Here's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. It feels like you've walked into a private meeting. The back booth is full of miners. They're having what seems to be an intense discussion, their expressions gravely serious. So, I guess this is where the miners are setting up shop. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing, and I've been helping these two track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologize now, and I can't say I have. Should I be worried about her? I hope not. We're not interrupting anything here, are we? Of course not. Any paying customer is welcome. Long as you aren't about to step on anybody's toes or cause a fuss. The miners in back were too engaged in conversation to notice you enter, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you easily overhear without the two. There's no way I can risk something like this. Y'all know my sister's tuition depends on this paycheck, and I can't afford a place outside of the company housing. This is too risky. We should just cut it out now before she starts firing people. I hate to say it, Zax, but Harrison might have a point. Everybody shut it. Smith just let me know the boss's cousin over there was snooping around up at the mines this morning. Let's not give the boss any more ammunition. Oh, I would have been able to hear more if I had gone here earlier. Oh well. Smith didn't seem to be too worried, but still, we don't have a lot of room for error here. The conversation cuts out, an uncomfortable silence falling over the diner as the miners watch you with suspicion. Hey, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber? We ain't seen her. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. I hope she's okay. Oh, you want me to go back to my save and talk to Tabitha? I need to talk to Tabitha. I'm going to cross a picket line. Call Tabitha. Pull out your phone and dial your cousin. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm in grave danger. A skunk ape is about to eat me. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank God. Oh, you really were worried about me. But if you're not in danger, then why are you calling me? I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. Stella is still missing. We've been looking all over town for her and don't have any leads. Tabitha groans. You don't think... Wayne... Wayne's my friend! Ha! Which do I want to say? Do I say that's what I'm worried about, or do I reassure her? You said yourself he didn't have it in him. Okay, but what if I was wrong and he does have it in him? Stella's been known to disappear for days while she's doing her videos, but I think we both know that's not what's going on. I'll see if I can figure something out. Call me if you run into more trouble, but please don't go looking for any today, okay? I don't need you going missing too. I've gotta go. Sorry. I like that we've cultivated a proper relationship with our cousin. She hangs up the phone. That doesn't sound like she knows where Stella is. Come on, let's go. We can figure out our next move when we get back to town. Next, check out the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Back with full miners. Miners are setting up shop. Asked for the morning off. Stella's gone missing. Should I be worried about her? I hope not. Any paying customers welcome. Any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber. We ain't seen her. Hope she's okay. Alright. I can't tell these people their business, but I will ask about the strike. We all know who you're related to, kid. Word travels fast, and I'll be damned if we talk business in front of you. Look, I support you guys, but maybe you can save this until next week. Tabitha's mom just died. This whole strike thing is hardly fair. She's having a hard time. Oh no, Lore, read the room. Oh, she's having a difficult week. Is that why she's forcing her workers to go back into the mines not 2 days after a collapse? Look, I'm iffy on the timing myself, but the Scarlets have taken advantage of folks for a long time. You can't blame people for wanting to do something about it. You know, that's fair. I guess we should get going. Man, achievement for every visit. You turn and leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Stella. As you consider your next steps, you remember your appointment with Sybil. She seemed to be confident last night that Stella would be okay. Maybe she'll be able to help you find her. And she'd never disparage your gift. Perhaps she's one of the few people in town who can truly understand you. You have to see her. She's the thread tying everything together. But at the back of your mind, you can't help but feel as if there's more than just fate drawing you to the tea room. We should talk to your mom. I'm supposed to have tea with her today. Sure, we can humor her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? Guess there's only one way to find out. I like that you're open to it now, Kanika, though really, after what she experienced, who wouldn't be open to the supernatural? Let's do it. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you're both recovering from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom, it's just that Stella's missing, and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. I thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Lore about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to him. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Yeah, but she's got a new perspective now, Sybil. Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Lore. Kanika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. Something isn't right here, but it's hard to put it into words or pin it down into thoughts. And I'm so sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Lore and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. Oh, you're right. I've totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I did want to ask, are you a witch? I was right! That was the next line! Are you a witch? As flattered as I am that you think I'm that magical, I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Look, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned. But I won't push it. Though, just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. She did just save our asses, yeah. I'll leave y'all to your not supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Lore. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions towards the tea room. Follow Sybil to the tea room. Please, have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you, somewhat disappointed that you're not old enough to flirt with. It smells light and citrusy, with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? Sip my tea. Drink the tea, it's good for you. You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. Well, that's not good tea. But the aftertaste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. It's soothing beyond what you would expect out of ordinary tea. There must be something magical at work in this blend. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So how did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I've learned was handed down from generations of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks can afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. The other day you promised to tell me, what was it? Unsavory tales of my mom's youth? I most certainly did, though I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Excuse me. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older... oh, excuse me. I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Perlan was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which is to say she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrieking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Why were Perlan and my mom raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? Oh, hang on. What happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young. Too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. Ooh, uh-oh. She didn't survive the labor. I knew that was coming. That's not what I uh-oh'd about. But was she a teenage mom? Or is this just like early 20s is too young for babies? She didn't survive the labor. What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The eldest died when the girls were still children. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. Oh, what happened to Charles's kid? I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I wonder if you only get this if you choose to be male at the start of the game. I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family. Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and, to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. Oh, calling out all the Stuarts in the audience. For what Vivian said, her father was some teenaged fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. So we are descended from Charles. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it, what with skipping town and all. What happened when my mom found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious, as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. What's with all of the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I'll need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help to give me the full picture. Finish the tea. You close your eyes and take another sip, and then another. It's delightful and drugged. The tea is gone before you know it, the small cup empty save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now, on to business. Oh, that look at her face. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. Hourglass probably means I'm gonna die soon, huh? All of these mean death, misery, difficulty. The hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. But we may, at the very least, be able to figure out what it is. And there's a central figure here. A cat. An enemy lurking in plain sight. Tabitha has cat associations. It could just be frou-frou. I'd like to see. I'm sure it wouldn't make much sense to most people. It'll probably just look like a confusing mess of old leaves. But you're free to take a look. You take the cup, staring down into it. I wonder if they got somebody who actually does tea leaf readings to draw this. It's just leaves. There's no pattern. Nothing swimming together in the dregs of your tea to give you any warnings or premonitions. After a long moment, Sybil takes the cup back from you. I hope that settled your curiosity. Don't worry if you couldn't make sense of it. It takes years to learn this sort of thing, even for someone with your propensities. She winks conspiratorially. Ooh. I have to accuse somebody. The cat could be Tabitha. She said cat associations compared to Stella's dog. Oh, the cat is definitely not Dustin. Dustin is too pure. Yeah, I'm tempted to say, how do I know you're not the cat? You did seem to have power. I'll say it. How do I know you're not the cat? It's ridiculous. Sybil is helping you. And if she was the cat, why would she warn you about herself? Pick someone else. That isn't you, though, is it? Ignore it and speak your mind. Ooh, she is influencing me. How do I know you're not the cat? I suppose you don't, though I think the cat wouldn't exactly warn you about itself. Still, you can't rule anyone out, even the old woman with a tea obsession. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard, and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connecting to some hidden enemy. Perhaps we can try to counteract whatever might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Oh, gee, you think? Until the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out. Piece together what you can from your visions, and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Your thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. Do you have a vested interest in me finding these things? You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. You helped last night. Why don't you come with me? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Hang on. Oh, it's just a stupid commander group that I got added to without my, consent. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be, struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all the crouching. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger, or thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. I'm a little suspicious of her and her drugged tea. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger. I suppose you could see it that way, but I hope I've done more than that, even if you don't realize it yet. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table, and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Sybil closes the door to the tea room, the bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general store. Talk to Miles. Is your mom a witch? Wouldn't you like to know? So she is a witch. Look, a lot of weird stuff is going on around town. Feel like a witch could be super helpful, so if she is one... I thought she, just helped you. You're grown. Take care of your own self. So, Kanika has a cold, huh? That's what she says. She's just trying to get out of work again. Like I didn't have anything better to do all week while she sits in her room watching anime. Says the guy in Goku pants, yeah. Everybody knows Dragon Ball is good anime. She watches the trashy shit. See any weird rocks around town? Yeah. You. I'm glad to know that I'm a solid rock to depend on. He smirks. Clearly, this is a very sick burn, and you should feel bested by his wit. I don't know if Dragon Ball is good. It's certainly popular. I think that once it gets past the really early stuff and stops being creepy about Bulma, I think that Dragon Ball is very good. It's kind of prototypical. Um, Dragon Ball gets... I just noticed that that's an axolotl. Axolotl plushies, I want one. Dragon Ball has the issue, the same issue that Metroid and that Metroid has. No, sorry, I'm thinking of a different issue. Dragon Ball has the issue where it was the first of what it was. Maybe it wasn't the first, but it's what codified modern shonen. And so a lot of modern shonen owes its tropes and ideas and lineage to Dragon Ball, which means that Dragon Ball will often come off as very cliched and basic to people who have experienced the stuff that came from it first. But it takes what it is and it executes on that very well. There's a reason it's the source. And it's the choke point where old became new. And that's because it's... I think the manga is very good. It's not my favorite. Full Metal Alchemist is my favorite, but Dragon Ball is up there. The anime has its classical problems that everybody knows about. They were trying to not overtake the manga. And so everything got stretched out and full of filler. But there's still a lot of charm to it, and a lot of stuff that people can really latch onto. Vegeta is great, Goku is dull, and nearly everyone else is completely utterly underutilized. Yeah, that's a valid criticism of the series. I hope they use Broly properly in Dragon Ball Super. That would be nice. Super Broly is my favorite piece of Dragon Ball media of all time. Yeah, I hope they do right by him. Anyways, this is clearly a very sick bird, and you should feel bested by his wit. Check in on Kanika. You're not going anywhere before checking in on Kanika. You make your way upstairs. Knock. Goth stickers. Cute. Above, rainbow unicorn stickers. You knock on Kanika's door. Mom, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. Oh, Lore, what's up? I was hoping we could spend a little more time together. Can I come in? Sorry, Lore. My mom was right. I'm exhausted. I probably shouldn't push it, or I'll wind up worse off tomorrow. It looks like you're on your own. Oh, I have to infiltrate the doctor's clinic on my own. Oh, no. You make your way out of the general store and down the road to the clinic. You make your way up the familiar hill, past the rows of ragged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. I wonder if Stella is here. Let's save. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Oh, hi, Wayne. I see you over there. There's a ditchling. Can I talk to this raccoon? There's another ditchling. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your rib cage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. Ask a woodland creature how they'd get into the house. You quickly glance around, eyes trained on the underbrush. A flash of a striped tail grabs your eye immediately. This raccoon's not going to give me any good suggestions. Can I help you, Buster? Hey there. If you were trying to break into that house at the top of the hill, how would you do it? What, just because I've got little hands and go through people's trash, I'm supposed to know how to break into places? Yeah, Lore, that's racist! There's a hill that'll take you right up to that big flat roof thing. Sometimes the humans leave windows open up there, and I go inside. Don't tell them, okay? I like to sleep in their big piles of cloth. It's one of my few joys in life. That's helpful, actually. He leaves as you turn back to look at the clinic. You have your way in. Mystical. Just go in through the clinic door. No one will see you. Huh. Will this actually work? It's giving me an option to do this because I took Mystical. Mystical hasn't really steered me wrong yet. Sure. Or maybe I'll knock on Reese's, but no, I'm going to take Mystical. Just go in through the clinic door. No one will see you. You found at times that if you haven't wished to be seen, there's been nothing stopping you from remaining hidden. Graveyards, abandoned buildings, old tunnels. You've been in all sorts of strange and unusual places without incident. And for some reason, tonight, Dr. Kelly's clinic feels no different. You haphazardly make your way up the old wooden stairs of the clinic's wraparound porch, taking steps in strange patterns. To an outside observer, you might appear to be drunk, but there's an unconscious method to your conscious madness, though even you would be hard-pressed to describe it. But there's no creak or moan of ancient wood as you make your way to the door. Silence. You push the door open slowly and slip in. You can see the doc at a desk in some room down the hall. She hasn't noticed you. You shut the door silently, watching her closely. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please, in quotation marks. Mystical, you can feel that odd sensation again, the nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You're here now, and it knows you're here, and you know exactly what it is. Another stone carving, eager to show you its secrets. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. Turn on the lights. Oh! Hi! The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Lore? What are you doing in the morgue? Flirt, hi! What are you doing in the morgue? I'm sure it looks weird. It's not like I expected anyone to come down here. I was just, practicing. A rehearsal, if you will. Insert Patch Adams' preview of coming attractions. Ah, no! Rehearse, you say? Good one. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. Follow the pull. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, are you okay? Sure ain't. You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment, the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. Mystical, use your words. Don't let this fervor consume you. Be present in the moment. You inhale deeply and take in your surroundings. You can't help but notice that one of the body storage drawers is labeled Pearland Scarlet. Oh, that's sad. Why wall? Need seething, but wall stand in way? You want me to examine the body? I was tempted to. Ooh, that'll probably creep Reese out. Yeah, screw it. I'll examine my aunt's body. I will save. Then I will examine my aunt's body. You step forward and pull out the drawer. So this is your Aunt Pearlan, Cole Baroness of the Scarlet Mines, and local she-devil that it seemed no one, not even her own daughter, was able to mourn. This is not the first corpse you've seen, but it feels the same as any other. She's an empty body now, the warmth and energy of a life now dissipated. The same as your mother was, and the same as you'll be one day. Cold air rises from her bluish skin, her vacant, filmy eyes staring up at nothing. You try to imagine what she may have looked like alive and breathing, slinging subtle insults at the townsfolk, but it's hard to picture any expression on a face so stiff and cold with death. Making sure she didn't walk off? Poke her just to make sure. Do I be a smartass or do I be honest? Poker just to make sure. It's so weird that the first time I'm meeting her is like this. Probably means you'll have better memories of her than anybody else in town if what I've heard about her was true. I only met her a couple times. She never said anything, but she didn't have to. Her look was enough, like I was a cockroach that had just scurried onto her shoe. Having seen what there was to see, you slide the drawer back in and close it. The mines had a stone carving the other night, as did Oscar's house yesterday. They've been giving me visions, and I can sense one on the other side of this wall. I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but... Oh, you know how to open it up? If you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds. Get the dock out of our hair? Oh, are you gonna fake being super ill? Yeah. If I say I'm sick and need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time, it's true anyway. How'd you learn that little trick? When you're a teenager whose doctor mom won't leave you alone for 2 seconds, you learn how to make it happen. Yes. I will destroy that wall. Thanks for understanding. Don't mention it. If there's anything I can do to actually be useful, I'm happy to help. Be right back. We better be certain. We better be certain about this. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. "Hey, Mom." He coughs gently. "Reese, I didn't know you were awake." "I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. It looks like we're all out, though." "Really? I thought I'd just pick some up." "I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice. And some ginger ale, too." "That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy." "It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone, like swinging an axe at a wall. Just lie in bed until I get back." "Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy." You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. I wonder if Reese is going to try to kill us. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. "Come on up. We don't have long until she's back." As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye. Some sort of records with your family's name on them. Read the files. Reese stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents. Find something interesting? They're your family's death certificates. Perlan's death certificate. Cause of death, sleep apnea. Discovered by her daughter, Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. Presumably Perlan. Who said you could read any of these? No. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. Edwardine's death certificate. Edwardine Scarlet, born April 9th, 1913. Died February 12th, 2003. Aged 89. Cause of death, heart failure. Signed by her granddaughter, Perlan Scarlet. Pretty normal. Almost made it to 90. Died of a normal old person illness. Enoch's death certificate. Enoch Scarlet, born September 9th, 1887. Died August 20th, 1957. Aged 69. Nice. Cause of death, fall from cliff. Oh, that's suspicious. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organs sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Oh, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient. Other death certificates. You quickly flip through a few of the other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24th, 1890. Died 1918. Aged 28. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse. Body not recovered. signed by his brother, Enoch Scarlet. Oh, is that the big mind collapse that got foisted off on the Shaws? Joseph Scarlet, born April 1914, died June 7th, 1944. Lewis Scarlet, born August 1920, died June 6th, 1944. What's the story there? Both killed at Normandy in the line of duty. Ah, these must have been Edwardine's brothers. Certificate of fetal death. Infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet. Delivered April 3rd, 1945. Stillbirth. Mother, Edwardine Scarlet. So I guess we're not descended from Charles Shaw. Cause of death. Complications during birth. No doctor present. Home burial. Alexandra Scarlet, born December 12th, 1947. Died August 20th, 1957. Aged 9. Missing, presumed dead. Signed by mother, Edwardine Scarlet. Alexandra, the owner of the doll. So she went missing. So many folks missing, yep. And I'm suspicious of that stillbirth. Mary Bell Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946. Died October 30th, 1963. Age 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth. Signed by her mother, Edwardine Scarlet. Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive. Reese's eyes flick up to the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand is on your shoulder before you even register what's happening, and you're pushed back and out of view of the front door. Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide. He hurries to the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heels. Let him in. Oh, he is gaunt. You let him in. Together, you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house. Yep, we definitely took too long by reading all the death certificates. We'd better wait a second, just in case. Quietly wait for the danger to pass. Oh, what's FedEx got for me? Let's see if they're actually coming to our house or to somebody across the street. One sec, guys. FedEx just pulled up in front of my house. Ah, going across the street. Oh well. Quietly wait for the danger to pass. The two of you stand in tense silence, both crammed into the suffocating closet, taking shallow breaths as if she could hear you breathing from the other side of the building. But the footsteps soon return. Dr. Kelly makes her way back towards your hiding place, creaking floorboards, broadcasting her location all the way to the hallway just outside your hiding spot. The footsteps return. They get louder, approaching the open office door, and then they stop. Much to your relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. We're in the clear. We've probably only got a minute or two until she comes back, so let's make it count. The medical supply room is probably our best bet. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way. He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room. Yes, there it is. Keys, keys. Here we go. He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open. Your axe? Now we can... Reese pauses, turning to listen intently. That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference. Go downstairs, quick. You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instruction, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right, we did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge. But there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. Oh, good cover! You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You hear the door close and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent-lit room below. Are we sure that's a wooden wall? It kind of looks like stone. We're in the basement, right? Hey. I should warn you, something spooky might happen when we break down that wall. Reese smiles. Good. Feel like I've been missing out lately. Stop asking questions. It's time to see what's on the other side of that wall. Let's do this. Have at it. You approach the far end of the morgue, axe practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. Reese has no reason to believe me about any of this. He just wants to cause a little chaos. The first cut offers a surprising amount of resistance. There is some structure behind it, some wood frame holding it in place, trying to stand between you and what waits for you on the other side. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort. Holy shit! The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward, and you climb into the hole. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. Yeah, I wonder what we're gonna meet down here. Why is this place hidden away? A lot of awful stuff happened at this hospital. Maybe people just felt the need to bury those memories. Or maybe a pipe burst or something. I don't know. You step forward into the unknown. You don't bother to retrieve the axe. The final wall concealing the carving is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years, the planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Ooh! Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research, and I've found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. Suffocates him with a pillow. I went to talk to the witch. witch. But that's nonsense. It's all right. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. That's right, Doctor. At this point, I think it's safe to say his body was never recovered. Whoever it was who claimed to be Theodore, it wasn't him. Wasn't even paralyzed, as it turns out. Just some grifter trying to take advantage of the tragedy. Ooh. Ooh. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. Oh, we're in Reese's room. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Hey, I was worried you'd slipped into a coma or something. Oh, the dark caught us, didn't she? You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving, and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay? Excuse me. Wait, nothing spooky happened. The mountain didn't collapse on us? No ghosts? No, nothing. You just fell down, twitched a little, and when you seemed stable, I carried you back here. That was a few hours ago. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. No problem. Just figured you'd rather wake up in a bed than that musty hallway. Or the morgue. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? No, I snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. Figured you wouldn't want to come to in the morgue. I had a vision. Like a hallucination? Yeah, a little bit. I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. I think the carvings are trying to warn me about something. My family has dark secrets. An old family like yours, I believe it. Hopefully that's all ancient history, though. So, what now? We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The doc is on the warpath up there. I refuse to take my medicine, and she's not happy about it. I went ahead and blocked my door, so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. Why didn't you take your medicine exactly? Well, presumably to give an excuse. Because it makes me feel like shit. I was fine yesterday until the doc made me take my pills, and I was fine all day today. What's the harm in going a day without, right? Now that I'm not taking it, it's like all these weird little memories have come rushing back. Bad memories. I don't think the doc's a good person. I don't think she wants me to be healthy. I don't think she wants me to see people. And now that I'm waking up to that truth, I don't think there's any going back for either of us. You blocked your door? Hey, Alana, how's it going? It was just a precaution. I don't think I can underestimate her at this point. For the first time in a while, I don't feel like roadkill, and I'd rather keep it that way. I don't need her coming down here and forcing any medicine on me, and doing God knows what to you to keep you quiet. Good, gives us time to figure out a game plan. Exactly. I think we should treat her like a legitimate threat. I have these weird memories. I always assumed they were dreams or hallucinations because they didn't fit the way I thought of her, but I think she's used tranquilizers on me. Other times I've gotten too unruly for her. I don't know how much of those memories I can trust, but I'm starting to think I should believe my instincts when it comes to the lengths she's willing to go to keep me under her control. We'll wait until she's asleep. Then we can at least get out of the basement, and we can figure out what to do from there. Chapter 4 is going interestingly. We're finally figuring out what's going on with the Doc and her son. I'm a little torn. I'm a little torn as to which of them is actually the problem. Because this feels a little sudden. Oh yeah, I met the dog gang, which was awesome with Talk to Animals. I'll link you the YouTube VOD when I upload it tomorrow, so you can see the dog gang. Let's find a distraction until it's safe to leave. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. It doesn't feel awful, to be honest. What if your mom doesn't fall asleep? You shouldn't call her my mom. As far as I'm concerned, she's forfeited that title. I don't even think I should call her doctor. She's just some woman now. Can't wait for her to be in the rear-view mirror of the rest of my life. If she doesn't fall asleep by 10, we can figure something out. These windows are supposedly shatterproof, which she always said was for burglars. Now I assume it was yet another way to keep me boxed in. But we can try to break them anyway. I believe you owe me a showing of Shido-Chi Death Blood. I believe I do. Reese gets the movie set up and joins you on the bed. Let me know if it gets to be too much for you. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. This is a slow burn of a movie, but the dread it's managing to build is palpable in the room. Or maybe that's just how it feels down here all the time, what with the grisly paintings, lack of lighting, cinder block walls, and, of course, the fact that its inhabitant has been practically homebound since his teens. I've seen a couple of this director's other films, and they're all interesting, though this is probably the best introduction to his work. The way it jump cuts to seemingly unrelated TV show recordings that then wind up tying back into the narrative adds a level of realism and depth to the world that I find really engrossing. It's found footage used to its fullest. I can't believe I'll be able to just do things from here on out, like watch movies with another person. Are those fangs I see? Are those fangs I see? Oh, no, they're not. Never mind. Or talk to people, ever. You can hear the difference in energy now that Reese hasn't had his daily dose of medicine. He's uncharacteristically chatty, clearly not used to talking to another person, let alone when he has the energy to carry on a long conversation. Something is changing inside of him. Reese, you feel different. Like your whole personality is changing. Is everything okay? Everything is more than okay. I haven't felt this good, and I don't think I've ever felt this good. The man on the screen yells portents of doom into the camera, trailing off into a wordless scream. The plot is really heating up. Okay, so did we lift the curse that's been affecting him his whole life? Or is the medicine actually keeping something in check? The movie doodles are great, yeah. I love that there are all these distinct sort of vignettes, little pockets of horror that affect a small number of people, and only once you start to see how they fit together can you realize some fundamental horror about the universe. Looking directly into the camera. And then it sees you back. Incredible, cosmic horror in the truest sense. Reese is becoming very animated. It's probably safe to assume that he's dealing with a lot of extra adrenaline right now, while with his entire reality turning out to be a lie. But he's also talking over the movie. It's more than just something that's changing in Reese. It's everything. There's a knock on the window. Oh, who's there? Hi, Wayne. Hi. Lore, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. Ooh, do I believe Wayne or not? Something's up with Reese. Okay, so... If maybe Reese is excited that he gets to eat somebody without his mom knowing. It's time to go home. That voice, I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the supposedly shatterproof window. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. Why did he call you that thing? Because he's some kind of monster, and he wants me dead. Can't you feel that? The murderous intent is practically oozing out of him. But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us, Lore. Oh boy. The window shatters. I see those claws. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvases, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Grab my hand, I'll pull you out. Leave us alone. Oh, shit. In a surge of violence, the change that had been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off, and Wayne along with it. Well, fuck! Do I stand my ground or run? What are you? I'm going to try to run. You've seen enough to know when you need to leave. You run up the stairs. The door is blocked by a chair. And then it's blocked by something else, too. Try and tear through them. You toss the chair out of the way and do your best to tear through the paintings covering the door. It reforms and regenerates too quickly for you to claw your way through. Well, fuck! Defeated, you turn back to the basement. The remainder of Reese's paintings await their artist's command. It's okay. Stay right there. I can take care of this. Then she won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. I'll be right back. Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his smears. Ooh. I wonder how many of these I'll be able to do. Call Tabby? Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Yeah, I'll call Tabitha. You dial your cousin's number. Hey, where are you? I'm at the clinic. I think Dr. Kelly's in danger. There's a monster on the loose. Or Reese transformed into a monster and is on some kind of a rampage. Can you come pick me up? I'm at the clinic. I think Dr. Kelly is in danger. There's a monster on the loose. What? Don't move a muscle. I'm coming to get you. Now bring help! Your cousin hangs up the phone. Oh no, did I just get Tabitha killed? I'm glad I saved. Because if I get Tabitha killed, I'm restarting. Try and warn Dr. Kelly. You make your way to the door that beckoned to you yesterday. All intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there is a monster preparing to do something unthinkable. Open the door. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck! Duck! You do as she says, ducking out of the way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna work right now. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're going to have to try harder than that, you No. How did you... Hi, Wayne. As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between cracks in the wood. Reese's panic, pulling in a mob of furious smears to hold his enemies in place. The artist darts away, but the smears continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway, and Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. I will run after Dr. Kelly. You run forward, braving the onslaught of the smears, dodging them as best you can as you try to see where Dr. Kelly went. The door in front of you is smothered in paint. Hey! Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Lore. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. What the hell is your son, ma'am? I wish I knew. He was fine until he hit puberty. Everyone said raising a teen was going to be a bitch, but they don't know the half of it. I need you to get to the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. Head to the medical storage room. I wonder how much that tranquilizer's going to help. You turn back around and head to the medical storage room. I'm here. Great. Now listen to me. I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore. Yeah, but a red light just showed. Oh, hi, Reese. An intercom system, huh, Doc? Good. You should hear this. Lore, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not going to hurt anybody else. Just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down in that basement. Or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now. Better than I've ever felt in my life. I'm not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me. I'm not going to let you kill someone, Reese. Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care? Trust me, Reese. I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you. Oh, he's turning more bat-like and getting more and more messed up. Tell yourself whatever lies you have to, Mom. If you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance. And you decided to convince me I was dying instead of just letting me exist. Hi, Wade. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face. Enough. Reese cries out in pain. What the hell did you do to my shoulder? I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. Okay, so Wayne appears to genuinely be on my side. I wonder. The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. Grab the tranquilizers. You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. Head for the safe room. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint sealing it shut. Hurry! I don't think I can keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. Oh no, what if she kills me to keep the secret? She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears manages to slip past her. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. It sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before he gets here. Let's talk. What is this room? Like the quote the writer had on Tumblr, putting the monster back in monster fucker. Old x-ray room. Lead walls. After I realized this whole situation was a possibility, I had the door reinforced with special remote-controlled locks. Glad it could finally come in handy. Let's talk Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead. I have nothing left to hide. When did you find out? A little after he had puberty. He had all the usual changes, then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. I figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder, had him checked out at a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now, just a couple inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared he could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew for sure that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. How did he not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before. Maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first, and he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages, so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now. There's only so much I can do to control him. What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him, and you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him, or how his body does it. The scientist in you breaking through at the wrong time, Doc. But he seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. Race just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone. I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. That's horrifying! Oh, you poor woman! Oh! Impregnated with whatever this is by some force against your will. Oh, that's horrible. I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. But then, all of a sudden, my periods stopped. I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready. But he made me love being a mom. It's not like it was going to be sunshine and roses forever, no matter what. Kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. This is part of being a mom too. Doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number 1. It's not like he's usually a violent kid. He's mostly just sad. But every now and then we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot-tall monster with 1,000,000 teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a major metropolitan area. Yeah, he's dangerous. Don't you think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy? I can fix him! Don't you think it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy? Oh, don't preach to me. Is he a sweet kid most of the time? Absolutely. And Ted Bundy was sweet to the people he picked up off the side of the road. Didn't mean he didn't go ahead and slaughter them anyway. I know what my son is capable of, so it's my job to make sure he doesn't hurt anybody. Leave it at that. What's the game plan, both short and long term? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Then we all live happily ever after. Has that worked before? He's never known the exact nature of his condition before. Maybe it was a mistake to hide it from him. But I thought it meant he could feel like he had more freedom, not knowing that if he just stopped taking his pills, he could become big and pointy enough to kill me. I'm going to have to revoke some of those freedoms now. He's not going to like that. But I think he'll understand, even if it takes time. Really? He seems pretty hell-bent on ripping your throat out. I don't think he wants to hurt people. He just can't help what he is. Well, we're at it. Any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all this shit out loud. Sit in silence and wait for Reese. You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence and wait for her son to make his way to you. The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. Oh, he's gotten very monstrous. Holy shit. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. On the one hand, it's horrible that she's been confining him his whole life. But oh. Oh. He does want to kill her, yeah. Oh, look at his shoulder where Wayne touched him. Ooh. I will give her the tranquilizer darts. Whoa! Oh! Hi, Tabitha! Oh! Oh! Whoops. Holy shit, Tabitha. I mean, I don't blame you, but oh my god. Before Dr. Kelly can fire, a different shot rings out. Reese's body is thrown to the wall. Shotgun in hand, your cousin rounds the corner and trains her weapon on his writhing body. Tabitha, what are you doing here? Stop it! Let me sedate him. We can deal with this non-lethally. Are you insane? That thing was trying to kill you. Oh, he's pulling himself back together and shrinking. Oh, shit. Oh, balls. Help Dr. Kelly sedate Reese. You leap forward, placing your body between Tabitha and the whimpering Reese, his face already trying to stitch itself back together as he writhes on the ground. Lore, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yeah, I probably should have let her finish him off, but, Can I reload? Where was my last save? Oh, my last save was way the hell back here. I could go through all that again. Oh, I should have saved a few seconds ago. Save now is the non-lethal option? That's a good point. Yeah, I want to see how this plays out as is. I just... I'll say wait, I'm sure we can all talk this out. With that thing? I don't think so. Both of you shut up and help me drag him into the safe room, now. You turn to see Dr. Kelly, already pulling her son towards the open doorway. Tabitha swings the gun onto her back, huffily jumping in to help Dr. Kelly. Thank you for the save, Tabitha. It's not long before his regenerating body is sealed away behind the door. Keeping the status quo. Oh, that feels bad. Not exactly how I thought that would play out, but at least none of us are dead. If you've done any permanent damage to him, you're going to be the one paying for the medical supplies, Miss Scarlet. She saved you, Dr. Kelly. You aren't seriously going to keep that thing alive, are you? It's clearly dangerous. What makes you think you can keep it locked up? It is my son, Miss Scarlet, and despite appearances, he is still human. I prefer you refer to him as such. And I've managed to keep him safely locked away and harmless for years. Sure, it'll be a little more difficult now that he knows about his condition, but that room is lined with lead. He's not going anywhere. He's human? Are you sure about that? Are we talking about the same guy? Trust me, I've done genetic tests. He is human, somehow, and it's my job as his mother to protect him and to protect people from him. It's not a burden I take lightly. You don't have to worry about him getting out anytime soon. I want to go home. Okay. What about when you die, Doc? What happens then? Good question. If you're going to insist on keeping that thing locked up in your house, you're going to need a contingency plan for when he outlives you. I will figure it out. I figured it out before. I'll figure it out again. If I recall from 2 minutes ago, you would have been chomped in half if I hadn't stepped in. Are you just going to hope somebody steps in next time, too? One of these days, your luck is going to run out. Get out of my house. I don't need some kid to stand here lecturing me on how to handle my own son all night. I have a lot of cleaning up to do. You and your cousin leave the clinic. Dr. Kelly slamming the shotgun-blasted door behind you. Oh, Tabitha shot her way inside. Oh, damn. The two of you make your way to the bottom of the hill, where Tabitha's car is parked among the sleepy houses of Scarlet Hollow's residential street. She places her gun in the trunk and turns to face you. Yeah, Tabitha's great. You're alone right now. Is Stella still missing? I tried calling her a couple of times, but I kept getting her stupid voicemail. Yeah. Shit. Let me think. It's a long shot, but there's a place that might be worth checking out. Oh, you've got an idea? Are we going to find Stella? Or is this going to cliffhanger us on whether we found Stella or not until the full game comes out? We're going on a hike. After a bit of a trek, you and Tabitha stop by the edge of a 2-lane road near the town limits. Oh, there she is. Thank God. There, sitting on a log, staring mournfully out at the asphalt, is Stella. You watch her from the underbrush. Nothing else is watching out here. Good. Great. She's alive. Let's go. How'd you know she'd be here? Her parents died here. If you were Stella, where would you go after you'd just been possessed by a ghost? Oh, she's wondering if she can connect with her parents here. Oh no. She doesn't need me to solve her problems. I don't think I even can solve her problems. Seeing her alive is all the peace of mind I need right now. No, go talk to her. You should go talk to her, Tabitha. She'd probably be glad to see you. I know you two like each other. Please, for the love of God, don't drag me into the middle of that. It doesn't matter that Stella and I have a thing. You two need to reconcile. We can both talk to her together. I said no. I'm going to make this easier on both of you and just go home. Oh, Tabitha! Before you can say another word, your cousin's already turned and left. Oh. You take a step forward, gravel crunching under your feet as you walk along the edge of the road. As you do, you turn to look back behind you. Tabitha is already gone. You sit on the log beside Stella. Lore? How did you find me? Do I tell her Tabitha left? So, this is where your parents died, Tabitha told me. I can't believe she put that together. They were taking me to college. I was lying in the back seat. It had just rained and the sun was finally coming out. Oh, right on the verge of a big life change, and she got the life change she wasn't expecting. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit! Sheared the top off! Oh, they got decapitated, didn't they? Oh, no. Oh, this has got to be traumatic as fuck. They got decapitated. She only survived because she was lying down. Holy shit. The edge of everything. Find out what happened to Stella. Sorry, I know that's probably a bummer to talk about. Yes, but you needed to talk about it, Stella. It was awful. Really messed me up for a while. I think I'm still messed up. There's whole years of my life after the accident that feel like they just never happened. Like every time I try and remember them, it's blank. I have all these videos sitting on my channel that I don't even remember filming. It's scary. At least it hasn't been like that for a while, thank God. Oh, poor Stella. I've never talked about this stuff before with anyone. Ooh, do I take her hand? Ooh, do I take her hand? Do I take her hand? I'm going to take her hand. No, I'm going to save like a coward. I'm going to save like a coward. And then I'm going to take her hand. Reach out to her, taking her hand. It's warm against the cool night air, and the skin of her knuckles is soft. She finally tears her gaze from the road, her sad eyes meeting yours. But the hint of a smile creeps up the corners of her mouth, her dimples beginning to crease. Her hand shifts, her calloused palm fitting into yours, her grip tightening. It's strong and comforting. You can tell she feels held, and so do you. The two of you stare out at the road. I think the accident is probably why I got into ghost hunting. I think I just wanted to see them again. I wanted to know whether I even could. I never found anything, so I eventually gave up. Last night was a hell of a shock to your system then, holy shit. Then last night happened, and I ran out here to see if maybe it would happen with them too. Even if it meant seeing the crash again, or seeing them all messed up and dead. I just wanted to see them. It's been a whole day. I don't think they're coming. Which of these do I want to say? Arm around the shoulder. Oh, I'm getting people saying they want me to put my arm around her. Oh, she liked that, thank God. You carefully place your other arm around her shoulders and pull her close to you. You feel her chestnut hair against your cheek. She smells a little sweaty and a little sweet, the faded scent of her shampoo mingling with the natural perfume of her skin. It's nice. You take in a deep breath, stroking her arm with your thumb, letting her lean into you. She rests her head against your shoulder, closing her eyes serenely. That hint of a smile spreads into a barely contained grin that finally chases away the worry in her features. We can always wait a little longer. Stella nestles into you, her well-muscled shoulder relaxing against your body. You share each other's warmth as you both stare out at the quiet mountain road. Oh yeah, no wonder Stella doesn't like cars. Holy shit! Oh, I would be traumatized too. Gretchen pants lazily in Stella's lap. Nothing happens. Nothing continues to happen for a few long minutes. I think I'm ready to throw in the towel. It's not like I would want to see them like that anyway. I guess I came out here hoping I might get a chance to say goodbye or something like that. Since I didn't get a chance when they were alive. Just because they weren't there, it doesn't mean they don't love you wherever they are. That's a nice thought. I've thought a lot about what might come after, whether they're somewhere else or if they just stopped existing. I guess we've seen at least some evidence of the afterlife. I hope that means that there's a good version, too, where they're still on that long car ride, listening to Dad's tapes, with a place in the back seat for me when I eventually catch up to them. Oh, oh. And then it won't matter that I never got to say goodbye. You have a long life ahead of you before that. You're right. When all of that happened, it felt like the end of the world. It felt like nothing was ever going to matter again. She straightens up, stretching her neck. Gretchen hops down from her lap, tags jingling in the quiet night air. I know that stretch. That's the time to go home stretch. Thank the Lord I'll be sleeping in my own bed tonight. Is the dog also Catholic? Thank you, Lore, for talking sense into this girl. We should probably head back, right? I haven't slept in a day. She doesn't need to hear about this tonight. You keep the events that transpired at the clinic to yourself, at least for now. I don't suppose I can ask you to walk me home? Absolutely, Stella. I'd love nothing more. You offer her your arm. She smiles, slipping hers into the crook of your elbow. She pulls you closer until the skin of your forearm brushes against her side. It's about time. Let's not waste another second sitting out in the middle of nowhere. And this is me. Do you want to come in? Oh, she's blushing! Tip, dialogue options marked romance will start a romantic arc with the character you're talking to and will lock you out of romantic arcs with other characters. I was hoping you'd ask. I'd love to. Start a romance! Stella ushers you inside, a barely contained grin threatening to split into an excited smile. Let me just go take a quick shower. I've been sitting outside for a day. I need some soap. It'll just take a minute. Then we can get cozy. Aw. Alright, this is a little forward. This is a little forward. Eyes emoji? Alright, I'm gonna save like a coward. Oh man, I would kill for a shower. Stella laughs. Yeah, I'm sure you've built up quite a lot of grime today. It's all yours when I'm done. She hurries off, leaving you and Gretchen in the living room. Finally, I've been reunited with my bed. Gretchen hops onto the massive pillow that serves as her dog bed, curling up and sighing a heavy dog sigh of relief. I can catch up on my beauty sleep. But before she has the chance to fall asleep, a heavy knock startles her and you. Gretchen growls. There's someone at the door. It's that horrible man who smells like rotten meat! Stella! Stella! There's nobody home! Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, Wayne, you asshole. Wayne, you asshole, we're getting laid, go away. I'm going to pretend I'm not here. You say nothing, waiting for the moment to pass. Open the door, please, Lore. I don't want to let him in. Wayne, you're interrupting. I'm going to pretend I'm not here. You say nothing, waiting for the moment to pass. All right. Playing games, I see. Fine. You can have your fun tonight, but you should consider returning to the estate tomorrow. Tabitha won't be around. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her around to stop you, and you might be surprised at what you find. Ooh, okay. Gretchen's growls escalate into barks. Intruder! Monster! Fiend! Oh, Stella, come quickly. There's some disgusting smelling man trying to threaten us. Calm down, Gretchen. Oh ho ho! You're just talking to somebody, Lore. Oh, do I lie to her? Booba indeed, yeah. She is looking good. Do I lie to her? No lying to the girl in the towel, yeah. The naked truth! Alright. Wade stopped by. He's still following you? Are you sure we're safe? Well, he went away. I think he's on our side. You think so? I guess that's good. I still don't love the thought of him stopping by unannounced at odd hours of the night, though. But you'll let us know if he tries anything, right, Gretchen? I'll tear out the throat of anyone who dares break in to hurt my precious Stella. Good dog. If they bend down to within biting height, that is. But I can always tear at their ankles until they have no choice. Gretchen snarls, yapping fiercely. That's right, Gretchen. You're the most vicious little geriatric pug there is. You know, the thought of your creepy stalker, whether he's on our side or not, makes me feel a lot better about having you around tonight. It'll be nice to have somebody next to me if I get scared in the middle of the night. Oh, inviting me to your bed. All right. Speaking of, I'm exhausted. Let's turn in. All right, but you said you wanted to shower. Sorry, head's a little fuzzy from staying up for the past day. There's fresh towels in the bathroom, and I've got some extra bathrobes. I can put your clothes through the wash so they'll be extra clean and fresh in the morning. What, are we going to sleep naked? It somehow feels like the longest and shortest shower you've ever taken. Too tired to think. Too tired to process the flow of time. Stella sits outside the bathroom door and makes quiet and comfortable small talk with you. And then you're done. You dry off and step into one of her extra robes. So, are you coming in? Follow her. You walk by Stella and into her bedroom. She gently closes the door behind you. Sorry I didn't clean up beforehand. You can think of it as getting the authentic Stella experience. She slips past you and lies on the bed, dressed in an oversized t-shirt. You're quick to follow. She is kind of stacked, damn. She's warm and still slightly damp from the shower, her skin fresh and flowery. She turns to look at you, smiling, dimples creasing at the edges of her mouth. You could kiss me if you wanted to. I want to! Kiss her! You shift closer to her and close your eyes. The magnetic pull of anticipation rolls down your spine and across your skin, and for a moment that seems to last forever, you take in every detail of the world around you. The forested scent of her eucalyptus shampoo, and beneath it, the slightest hint of campfire. The comforting heat of soft but calloused hands against your cheek. The thunder of your hearts beating ever more quickly in unison. The tension rises and rises, a tone seemingly without peak. And then it breaks, and her lips touch yours. They're fresh and minty and soft, cool against yours, and guided by the gentleness of someone looking to hold on to the memory of tonight for a long, long time. And then she pulls you closer, tighter, and the two of you lose yourselves in each other. Eventually, the two of you break away and open your eyes, gazing at each other from opposite ends of the pillow. You drift off together, limbs entwined, exhausted and safe and comforted. Tomorrow may bring some new horror, or it might not. But whatever happens, you'll face it together. This is the end of episode 4. Oh! For finishing all of the episodes currently available in-game, you've unlocked Hardcore Mode. Hardcore Mode allows you to select 3 traits at character creation, but you'll no longer be able to use your traits to avoid the consequences of major decisions. This penalty only applies to hardcore runs. Have fun if you dare. Interesting! If you'd like to continue with this world state in episode 5, please save your game now! Yes! I will save my game, successfully romancing Stella. Fuck yes! That was awesome! Ah, this is good. Oh, this game is so goddamn good! Oh, I'm so glad I got to play this game. This is awesome. Yeah, sorry, Tabitha. Stella's mine. You can't have her. Congrats on the Stella smoochies. Oh, great success! Oh, wow, and right on the 4-hour mark, too. Damn. Okay. We judged, this exactly right. All right. Cool. So happy you love this game. This game is really good. I'm a sucker for good atmospheric horror. Usually I get that from, like, AAA games. Like, my favorite horror game of all time is the Dead Space remake, and that's all atmosphere. It's high-tension, high-octane atmosphere, but it's all atmosphere with some good gameplay mechanics. But this is up there. This is one of my favorite horror games of all time. This is really good. This is really good. I can't wait for the rest of the game to come out. This is awesome. And episode 4 is a good place for them to cliffhang, where you get to romance somebody. Plus you almost smooched a vampire. Yeah. Yeah, so far they're 2 for 2 with getting me hooked on their games. Slay the Princess and this. I like this more than Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess is going to be interesting, but I'm really invested in Scarlet Hollow. Man, that's a good romance scene. Oh, I love it. Oh, I've been wanting to romance her all game. Oh, that feels good. I'm gonna have to wait to see the rest of the romance for months, at least. Do they have any idea when they're, do they have any idea when episodes 5 through 7 are gonna come out? Once Slay the Princess is out. Yeah, but how long after Slay the Princess is Scarlet Hollow going to come out? Because Slay the Princess is supposed to fund Scarlet Hollow, right? And they can't do that unless you're able to buy it. No idea. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be so painful waiting for the rest of this. Development work is also continuing to go well. The script for episode 5 is about halfway done, and Abby's now shifting full-time to artwork on Slay the Princess. We'll pick up on episode 5's script again after the initial launch crazy for STP winds down. Oh, maybe they'll release it episode by episode. Then I wouldn't have to wait so long. That would be cool. I'd come back to this episode by episode. Dedicate a stream to each episode. Man, this is good. I need to play more visual novels, honestly. People have brought me some real bangers. There's a survey for Scarlet Hollow that you can do. Helps them with player stuff. Okay. Where do I do it? If it's not in-game, then please link it to me over Discord and I'll fill it out. I want to support this Patreon. Can you link me their Patreon? Over Discord? This is really good. I'm going to pledge to their Patreon. Not much, because I can't afford much. But I'm going to pledge to their Patreon. Appropriately, my Patreon link just got shared by Stream Elements in chat. On the auto timer. That's funny. Oh man, this is really good. I was half expecting Reese to actually be a monster, but that was pretty stellar. My favorite is the mine. My favorite was the mine just because of the sheer overwhelming, oppressive atmosphere and the rising music and the sounds. And what you saw down there, and the rush to get out of the mine, and the consequences for what happened. Oh, that was so good. I think my second favorite was the Ghost. Yeah, my second favorite was the Ghost. Because that was just fucking stellar. My third favorite is Reese, which is not a low bar to fail. It's not that Reese was bad, it's just that he was less awesome than the Mine and the Ghost. And my least favorite is the Night with the Ditchlings, because that was just the introduction to the game, and there wasn't much that happened there. And I realize that makes it sound like I'm enjoying the game less and less as it goes on, but that could not be further from the truth. There's a level of awesome that is just awesome, no matter how much higher above it goes, that this game reaches. This game is just awesome. And the fact that my favorite is Chapter 2 does not change that. Except that Chapter 4 has the Stella romance, which was super sweet, and I was building up to that for the entire playthrough. Oh man. Oh man. I might do a playthrough at some point where I try to romance Kanika, but probably after the full game comes out. Actually, Avery is pretty fun. I like Avery, as a person. So maybe I'll romance Avery on my second playthrough of the game. Man, this game was so good. I cannot wait for the rest of it to come out. Man, oh man. God, I am not looking forward to having to break into Stella and Kanika that Reese is a monster. Oh, man. That's going to be an awkward conversation. Oof. Oh, man. I'm so glad I got to play this game. This was awesome. But that's where we're going to leave it for today. I'll read my schedule and get off. Before I do, I would like to plug my Patreon, which you can find either in the description of the YouTube video or with the ! Patreon command in Twitch chat. I make my living off of Patreon. It's my sole source of income, and I make enough to pay my rent and my bills. But I don't make much beyond that. And I would like to start putting together a savings account for emergencies. Medical emergencies, stuff I need to replace, the works, anything that comes up. And I haven't been able to have that for a very long time. So if you could go to my Patreon and pledge $1 a month or $1 per stream or anything in between, whatever you can afford, whatever you're willing to spare, hell, pledge a bunch per stream if you really want to help me out, I would appreciate it. You guys make it so I can do this strange, silly job for a living. I make content for you guys for a living because of the patrons I get, and I'm grateful to every one of you. As for the schedule, tomorrow will, of course, be our weekly Final Fantasy XIV stream. We're going to be doing the second set of Alexander raids. So if you want to join in, tune in at 1 p.m. EST and be ready to play some Final Fantasy XIV. Sunday will be the Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky for a patron at 1 p.m. EST. Monday is my birthday. I'll be turning 35. And I don't know if I'll stream, but if I do, it'll be something for me. Probably a game that I want to start and check out, and then maybe play off stream. I don't know. God, my schedule is so packed. Tuesday is Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma for a patron. Wednesday, I don't have a stream scheduled because I have a doctor's appointment in the early afternoon. I may stream something after I get back from that. I may not. We'll see. Thursday and Friday will both be 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim for a patron. And then next Saturday will be Final Fantasy XIV. So that's the upcoming schedule. For now, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.